right, it is 5:30, and I will call our meeting to order and welcome everyone back to our first board meeting of the 2022-2023 school year. I hope everyone had a wonderful summer, a safe summer, an exciting summer, a relaxing summer. I hope you got a summer of any kind. I will go through the attendance again at 7 o'clock. But I would like to, so we have have regrets from Trustee Sartori this evening. Trustee Olmsted is joining us on the phone. But I need to introduce someone new to our board. She'll be with us for this year. And it's our new student trustee, Miss Aya Knaffer from Kennedy Collegiate. So join me in welcoming. And perhaps you'll recall that our board did change the process to an election of our student trustees, and we're welcoming back student trustee Hawkins, who was also successful. So it's apt to talk about it during an election period, how great it is for people to put their names forward for positions of leadership. I am quite grateful that both of you did, and congratulations to you for getting the respect of your peers and joining us here and using your voice for yourselves and for them. So congratulations to you both, and welcome Student Trustee Knaffer. Okay, so I'm going through to approval of the agenda this evening. Moved by Trustee Hatfield, seconded by Trustee Leclerc. Any discussion on the public meeting agenda tonight? Seeing and hearing none, all in favor? Wonderful, and that passes. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to convene into private session. Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Sipcar. Any discussion? All in support of moving into private session? Awesome, thank you very much. public session a bit late, but it is 7:14, and we will continue on with our public session agenda. We'll redo attendance, which we did at the start of our 5:30 meeting. This one's kind of important. We've got a couple of introductions. We do have regrets from Trustee Sartori, and we have Trustee Olmsted on the phone, and Trustee Halberstadt would be with us very shortly. So I do have to, I have the honor of making a couple of introductions to everybody in the room today. We have our new student trustee, Aya Knaffer. She is from Kennedy Collegiate Institute, and I remind everyone who just joined us that both student trustee Knaffer and the return of student trustee Hawkins were decided by election this time by their colleagues, and so we congratulate them. And I'll remind everyone once again that elections are important, and grateful to you both and your colleagues for putting their names forward, and we're very proud and glad to have you with us. We also do have an interim superintendent joining us, Ms. Carrie Bryant, and she'll be with us for a little while, so welcome to you as well. We'll try to make it easy on you as we return here. I think that was clapping for you and not the easy part, but I'll take it too. So we'll go through with our land acknowledgement and then continue on with the rest of our agenda here. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni, Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. I'll now turn the floor over to Director Kelly with our special orders of the day.
I ask that you stand. I do have, unfortunately, two tributes to read this evening, so I ask that I'll read one and then have you a moment of silence and then read the other out of respect for both individuals. Kim McCauley was often seen in the early years classroom at Essex Public School during busy transitional times such as dismissal, but she was patient, kind, and supportive of students and staff. She always greeted students with a smile and would seek out children who needed extra attention or guidance. Kim did whatever she could to make sure that our youngest students had a positive day and that they got the most out of their time at school. Her presence and her personality is greatly missed this year at Essex Public School. Please join me in a moment of silence. And now I'd like to read a tribute to Roger DeBow. Roger was education was a second career for Roger after starting out in the automotive industry. But over time, he was drawn to teaching and completed his own education to make that possible. He used his personal and professional life experience to create effect, such as a classroom teacher and then as a vice principal. His most recent post was at Hetherington Public School, but at every school where he worked, he had a special passion for the library. Kids love books was a truism that he often repeated. The students and the families he served during his time with the Greater Essex County District School Board will be remembered. Roger was appreciated for his support and his kindness. Please join me in a moment of silence. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, Director Kelly. moving on through our agenda, any declarations of conflict of interest for in here? Any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing and hearing none. Actions of the board meeting private session. Trustee Cook.
Thank you. So the first one is under new business, F1. Can I have a mover? Trustee Hatfield. Seconder is Trustee Leclerc. All in favor? Thank you. The second one is under new business, F2, ABC. May I have a mover? Trustee Hatfield, Trustee Chin. All in favor? Thank you. And the last one is also under new business, F2D. May I have a mover? Trustee Hatfield, Trustee Leclerc, all in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have some minutes to approve. If we're okay with it, I'd like to get these all approved and moved together. So we have minutes of a special board meeting of June 20th, all the way back, June 21st, public board meeting, and another special board meeting on August 15th. Moved by Trustee Hatfield, seconded by Trustee Leclerc. Any discussion on that? All in favor of approval of those three? That passes. Thank you very much. Any business arising from any of those minutes, trustees? I know that was a lot. Any business arising from those? Trustee Burgess?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you hit your mic?
Oh, there we go. Okay. Tuesday, June the 21st minutes, page 9 at the bottom, page 7 of the minutes. There was a notice of motion about the oath that the incoming board would come, and I did get an update, but for the board's edification, I wonder if we could have an update on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that Ms. LeBoeuf contacted Trustee Burgess about that, and it would be the most recent, I don't know the number or whatever, but it has been updated, and I'd like to say that our student trustees, actually read that to the director this evening, and so they are the first to make use of the change.
Wonderful. That's the 94th call, so we can check that. That's great. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other business arising from those minutes? Thank you, trustees. Now we're moving on to those student trustees for their presentation this evening. Who's going first? Student trustee Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, trustees, senior administration, and Director Kelly. It is wonderful to be back meeting with you all as we embark on the 2022-2023 school year. Student Senate has been able to meet twice so far this year in August and September, and we are so excited to begin working with this incredible group of student leaders. Our August meeting was filled with activities including getting to know each other, brainstorming initiatives for the year, and sharing ideas on how to engage grade 9 students through orientations. Last Tuesday, we met once again here at the board office to meet more of our 2022-2023 senators and extend our conversations from the August meeting. We started out with a couple of leadership exercises that taught us about the importance of listening to one another when trying to communicate in a group. As always, we are committed to Senate as a forum for student discussion and an opportunity to grow as leaders. We took some time to outline the role of student trustee, student senate, and discussed our why statements. Student senators were asked to write down 1 or 2 sentences answering the simple question, why? Why are you interested in leadership? Why do you want to be a part of student senate? These statements included, my drive to be in this leadership role stems from the passion that I have for having fun and making memories. And I want to be a leader because I want to let people know that there is someone they can trust and to talk to. I want to bring normal back to school. Other students say, I want to make up for time that students lost during COVID, because being that person that I always looked up to when I was younger means a lot to me. And I want to grow as a leader. These are all incredible goals that senators are striving to achieve, and as leaders, we should always be reflecting on our own why, particularly during this time of elections and change. Last week, we also established our Student Senate standing committees. These included the Student Leadership Conference Committee, Student Trustee Elections Committee, and Student Leadership Scholarship Committee. Aya and I are looking forward to working with the students who volunteered for these committees. We will be meeting with the Student Leadership Conference Committee very soon to begin planning our annual event. We are thrilled that we will be able to enjoy this event in person this year for the first time in over 2 years. And our goal this year is to help students develop the skills they need to achieve their goals as leaders. We would like to acknowledge all of the educators and staff across the GECDSB who have embraced the new school year with open arms and welcome students back to school for another great year. Thank you to Michelle Marcus and Superintendent Korbach for their continued guidance, and to trustees, senior administration, and to Director Kelly for your continued commitment to GECDSB students. And with that, I will pass it off to Student Trustee Knaffer for our Student of the Month.
Thank you, Student Trustee Hawkins. It is my honor to read the Student of the Month for September, who is Rowan Alice, a grade 12 student at Walkerville Collegiate Institute, who displays exceptional qualities of our theme, athleticism. Rowan is a gifted athlete and is passionate about active living. Last year, Rowan made the point to engage in every school sport he could and support the ones he couldn't. He single-handedly established a soccer team at Walkerville. He is a star volleyball player and enthusiastically supported the track and field team. Rowan came to track practices faithfully and brought the team spirit up. He even helped to train students and assisted the coaches. During his grade 9 year at Tecumseh Vista, he prematurely joined the senior football team and came less than a second from matching Gage Marshall's 100-meter sprint record. Outside of school, Rowan is an active member of Windsor Rock Gym and plays on a travel volleyball team. He is a great teammate with exceptional sportsmanship, who stands by his team while cracking jokes and keeping everyone in a good mood. Rowan has also been involved in the school play, working out in the weight room or in the gym in between rehearsals. He is a people's person, encouraging friends to try out for sports teams, go on runs with him, play games after school, and more. Rowan juggles the arts and sports, displaying a wonderful example of a student athlete. Congratulations, Rowan, for being selected as Student Senate September Student of the Month for athleticism. Thank you.
And we are very excited that we have Rowan here with us this evening, so we would like to present the certificate to him now.
Congratulations, Rowan. Thank you for coming. Thank you to your family. It's so wonderful to have everybody in here, and we're so proud of you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for our student trustees from their report this evening? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much. We have no delegations this evening, no one on the speakers list, so we are down to new business. L1, Election Compliance Committee, that the following individuals be appointed to the Election Compliance Audit Committee for the term November 15th, 2022 to November 14th, 2026. William Armstrong, David Campbell, and Chris Elliott. Do I have a mover for that? Trustee Cook, and seconded by Trustee Halberstadt. Do we have any discussion on that? Trustee Hatfield?
Thank you. So my question is, since this requirement came into effect a while back, I don't remember exactly how long now, I don't think we've ever actually had a report. I don't think we've had an incident. No. So I just wondered, are these three people, because I was looking at the regulation and qualifications and all that. So I just wondered if you had a sentence or two to tell us who these people are. Are they people that served before, or are they new? And do we actually get a lot of response when this request goes out? I saw it go out. I just wondered if we'd get three. I guess we did, but.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We got just three. And that's after we were calling people that we knew to serve on that. They all meet the qualifications. I don't know if you want me to say something general about each individual. I can certainly do
So I'm
that.
assuming they're all, they would be local to Windsor-Essex County, and they have some kind of financial accounting background. Is that the case? Sure.
Mr. Armstrong is a CPA, CA chartered accountant, certified public accountant, and a certified internal auditor. Mr. Campbell is a lawyer. And Mr. Elliott does not have legal or accounting background, but has extensive experience working with the Canadian Forces, has experience in reading legislation and things of that nature. So we felt, and his community service was very relevant. So we were satisfied with the candidates we received.
Just on that, I hope they don't have a need to have to meet. But it's just nice to know who we're appointing. That's all. That was the point of my question. So thank you very much.
Any other questions from trustees on this? Trustee Halberstam.
Is this just for our public board audit committee, or is it also the other boards? Determinist board has to have 3 too, or?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, the Municipal Elections Act requires that we have an independent audit committee or elections committee. I'll phrase it that way. That's independent of the board, so that if there are any questions or challenges on a candidate's financial filings with respect to the election, that committee hears that information and makes a determination whether an audit is required and makes recommendations on that regard. So it's independent of the board's audit committee. It's independent of board administration.
Okay, but the other boards need to set something up the same way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, trustees? All right, we'll call the question. All in support? And that passes. Moving on to L2, we have a notice of motion from Trustee Hatfield. This had been moved to this agenda from last, so I won't read the whole motion, but I'm just looking for a mover and a seconder. Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Leclerc. Would you like to speak to it, Trustee Hatfield?
Thank you very much. So yeah, this is a motion I made in the spring that got moved to this agenda, which is fine. And it's on a topic that I've always been interested in, and I've always kind of monitored how our board did with regard to the Workers' Day of Mourning and lowering of the flag since the regulation came into effect in 2016. I know COVID was an exceptional time, but basically the experience was that schools weren't consistently lowering the flag. The external flags, which is now required. And that's not to be confused with the National Day of Mourning, which was a federal proclamation a number of years ago, as well as a provincial proclamation, I think going back to maybe the late 1990s. But those were proclamations just to recognize that in any way you may choose, you can honor a National Day of Mourning. But then in 2016, the province actually enacted a nonpartisan bill that was unanimously agreed to by the House, that in the province of Ontario, there's now a requirement that on April 28th, the flag must be lowered on all Ontario government buildings, hospitals, schools, colleges, universities. Basically public sector buildings. It's now a requirement. So I feel that this annual Workers' Day of Mourning is important, and I want to make sure that our school board is consistent with the lowering of the flag in respect of workers who have been impacted directly, and as well as honoring their families. I also spoke to the director about the second part of my motion, which is using this as a teachable moment. I think that students need to understand why we're lowering the flag, what it means to them and their families and to the people of Ontario. And also, and this comes from experience, a personal experience where I've been responsible for actually, providing orientation to young workers on health and safety, their responsibilities as well as their rights. And that's not something that is consistently done in the workplace. And unfortunately, there have been many young people who have suffered injuries, some of them death, as a result of just not knowing what to do. And I think that as an educational system, we would be well serving our students to use that time, whether it's that day or around that day, to try to provide some education and understanding of the importance of recognizing workers that have died or been injured, honoring their families, and understanding their rights and responsibilities with regard to health and safety and well-being in the workplace. So although that's not part of the legislation that we have to do that, I did provide all trustees with the preamble, which if you read that, it does recognize the importance of raising awareness for youth. And I think that would be something that would really be worthy of our school board to take on. The one thing I would, with regard to administration working out strategies and procedures, I wanted to point out, and I was going to make this point also with regard to the regulation in L3, that the Bill 180 specifies that April 28th is the day. So it's not around April 28th. It's not, so if it falls on a Saturday or Sunday, it is April 28th. And so I think our administration will have to come up with something on how they want to deal with it if it falls on a Saturday or Sunday. And what I'm trying to make sure is that we have something in place so that there's no confusion when that happens. Because I know in other years it has happened, and I've asked, what did we do? And it was like, well, everybody was confused, so some did Friday, some did Monday, some did nothing. And I do know that in past years there was some consultation with labor groups when it fell on a Saturday and Sunday, where they decided either the Monday or the Friday, and there may be a need to consult with maybe City Hall so that we do it at the same time. We might have to lower it on a Friday, and then at some point on Monday you might raise it if it happens on that Saturday and Sunday. So that's all part of what needs to be considered by administration, and I don't want to leave it up to chance anymore, that we either comply or don't comply or stay confused. I just want this done consistently and respectfully, and I really, really advocate for the educational component for our students as well. And I would hope that staff also understand the significance of the day. So with that being said, and I did get trustees respond to my email where I provided the legislation, that they found it was helpful. So I don't know if I need to say anything more, but I would appreciate your support. And if you have any questions, I'll try and answer them.
Do we have any questions from trustees? Trustee Burgess.
I certainly support the motion. It would be a question through you, Madam Chair, if I could, to administration, the education component. Is there something existing in curriculum right now for secondary students, staff? I can imagine that could be brought up, at a staff meeting or some sort of thing, but PD in some way. But is there something that aligns now? I thought there was kind of something, but it was very cursory.
Through you, Madam Chair, I looked, Superintendent Houston raised her hand, so if I could ask her.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, only through a previous teaching role. So it is in the cooperative education guidance curriculum, and it is in discovering your workplace, so the G course codes. Those are the only curriculum, and then there is small components in health and safety in the technological studies curriculum.
Any other questions from trustees on either of those points? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you, trustees.
So moving on to L3, we have a regulation flag protocol that the board approved the regulation flag protocol as presented, which is in your package. Do I have a mover? Moved by trustee Leclerc, seconded by trustee Cook. Does anyone want to speak to it or have any questions on the flag protocol? Trustee Hatfield?
So I did point this out to trustee Sipcar, and I appreciate it that it's now referred to as a Workers' Day of Mourning, because that is the piece of legislation. But the legislation does say specifically on April 28th, not on or about. And so I'm just not sure where to go with this, because if we're actually doing it to be in compliance with Bill 180, it should say that they must be, exterior flags, must be lowered on April 28th. But that's the legislation. It's not the on or about. So
Is that amendment you're making?
Okay.
I don't want to push you into it, but is that an amendment we're making? That we're striking or about? So this, trustees, just so you're following, this would be in at point 13 in the regulation. Pardon me? Page 21, at point 13. Exterior flags shall be lowered at the GECDSB office and all board facilities on April 28th to observe the Workers' Day of Mourning. That's been moved, seconded by trustee Burgess. Any discussion on that amendment? Trustee Burgess.
I had a question, but I'm okay with supporting it. So I think the or about, I'm wondering if, and I haven't looked at a calendar, so I don't know when April 28th is going to be for the next, 12 years or something. But if it falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, that would be, I think, the time that you lower it on the Friday and raise it on the Monday. So to me, that would be my understanding of the or about. On is always preferred, but if it ends up on a time when custodial staff isn't there, whose job is normally to raise the flag, it could be the day before and then brought down a day or two after. So my question is for the mover or whomever.
So I'll allow trustee Hatfield to answer that, but I think that was some of that was discussed in the last motion, but I'll.
So because this is actually our regulation, I would prefer that there be a second statement that should April 28th fall on a Saturday or Sunday, then the board will do whatever they're going to do, as opposed to just something generic on or about, because that just leaves that fear of inconsistency that I don't want.
I just raised my own hand here as if I'm like, I have a question. I do have a question. So I guess maybe are we putting that forward as an amendment when we don't know what I assume the report's going to come back with those details about what would happen should the day fall on a Saturday or Sunday. So putting that in this currently may be a little bit premature, but that we should revisit this when that report has come back. Is that?
So if I could, that was my thought. I think it needs to be specific on April 28th in this regulation. However, once administration comes back with that report that is in the previous motion, then I think that report should include a recommendation for an amendment to number 13 under the regulation to actually specify what the game plan is if it falls on a Saturday or Sunday. I don't think we have to worry about it today, and the report is coming back within 3 months before the next Workers' Day of Mourning. So I think we're okay.
Okay. I appreciate that. So what we have on the floor right now is an amendment to strike or about from 13, and so I would like to deal with that, and then we'll get to questions on the amended regulation. So all in favor of that amendment, striking or about, and that passes. So we're back to the amended flag protocol regulation. Any questions on that? Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We worked on this at policy, and it's sort of like the first time I've seen it over the weekend when I was looking at the agenda piece. And on page 20 of our package, the regulation number 2, new buildings shall be equipped with an exterior flagpole at the time of construction. Existing buildings not so equipped shall be provided with an exterior flagpole. So I have 2 questions and a recommendation and possibly an amendment. What existing buildings do we have that don't have a flagpole? Do we have buildings without a flagpole? Does that even happen?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have to thank Superintendent Houston. For any facilities that we lease, we may not have a flagpole. I don't know about schools, though. I'd have to double check. I would think they all have flagpoles. So I'm thinking it's more facilities that...
The employment assessment or...
Correct. I don't know if facility services does. I'd have to check on the kind of more administrative buildings.
Okay, so, Madam, if I could. So if we lease, okay, so, and this suggests that they're going to get one, even on the leased property. But I would like to amend the first sentence. New buildings shall be equipped with 2 exterior flagpoles at the time of construction. It's been really contentious for years about flag protocol of having extra flags that we put up. I'm not suggesting that we retrofit every single building that we have, but at new construction, that's the time to put in an extra flagpole. I know that's a budget consideration, but I think it's the most respectful way of handling the national flag and any additional flags that we raise and lower, because there's always somebody who interprets a lot of flags, even respecting protocol. We're not a federal building. We're not, we don't have to abide by the federal rules or protocols for that, but it has been contentious. So I think I would like to offer an amendment. Number 2, new buildings shall be equipped with 2 exterior flagpoles at the time of construction. That would be a new practice and only for new construction.
So that amendment is on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Leclerc. Any discussion on that amendment? So that's at point 2, new buildings shall be equipped with 2 exterior flagpoles at the time of construction. Trustee Leclerc.
So I do support this primarily because although we have been very conscientious about our responsibilities of flying flags, and as I've said many times that my interpretation, a national flag has sovereignty, provincial flag has sovereignty. Some of the other items that we fly on the flagpoles do not have sovereignty, and therefore I consider them a banner. But certainly not everybody has that same opinion as I do. So certainly having 2 flagpoles at new constructions would get around that. And then we know whether or not it's really about the flag. Thanks.
Any other questions from trustees on the amendment? Trustee Cheen, is this on the amendment? So I'll put you in queue for the if this amendment passes. Any other questions on the amendment? All in support of the... Oh, that was quick. Okay, very quick.
Word. I don't know if it needs amending, but the second thing, existing buildings not so equipped, the first one will say 2 at new construction. I don't want it understood that it means 2 for everybody. So the important thing is at the time of construction, new buildings, okay? Existing buildings not so equipped shall be provided with an exterior flagpole. It sits, an singular.
Fair, yes. Okay, so that amendment, I'm calling the question on that. All in favor of the amendment? And that passes. So we are back to the twice amended flag protocol. Trustee Chin.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question is kind of related to the previous discussion. And I know that on the rules for flying the national flag of Canada, it particularly mentioned that the national flag will always be flown on its own flagpole with a on its own flagpole, and it's improper to fly the national flag with another flag of any type on the same flagpole. I know we have, think about it and make suggestions to another pole. But as for the policy for the current building, I wonder what's the situation of other board. Do other boards also do the same thing to flag another flag under the national flag? And I think it's not really enough to just say that we don't have to abide the rules of the federal. And on the website of the Canada.ca, it says the manner in which flags may be displayed in Canada is not governed by legislation, but by established practice and convention. The etiquette outlined in this section is an adaptation of international usage and customs that the federal government has observed for many years. Given the important symbolism of flags, they should always be treated with respect. So I wonder if it's really good for our board to ignore this rule and put another flag under the national flag, and if we should, reconsider and take, more prudent action on that.
So as you read on there is no legislation that governs it, so we're not contravening any legislation as it currently sits.
Yeah.
So I take your point, and I thank you for reading it off on there. We're not contravening any legislation by doing it this way. However, I do want to get you an answer to your first question, which is whether other boards do this as well. Do we have anyone who wants to take that? Whether the question was how do other boards handle having a flag or a banner that they're flying on the same mast as or the same flagpole as a Canadian flag.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have done no survey in relation to that, but I believe there are boards that would do both of those things differently, depending on what resources they had in terms of the flagpoles in front of them. Yeah.
So, Trustee Chin, do you have a supplemental?
Yes, even though there is no legislation regarding that, but it's kind of an international tradition, and I think Canada's flag is very honorable. We should give the fully respect, and I don't think it's prudent for us to just say no legislation, so we did nothing wrong. I hope we can reconsider, especially we don't have other, boards example of doing that. So I don't want our board to be the example to honor the flag, national flag. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Trustee Leclerc and then Trustee Hatfield.
So, Madam Chair, through you, the information that Trustee Chin is referring to is related to national and international expectations. So we would never, under any circumstance, fly the Canadian flag with the United States flag below it. That is totally inappropriate. Nor would we fly an American flag over top of the Canadian flag on the same staff. It's totally inappropriate. And that's where we get back to the question of sovereignty. Flags of countries have a sovereignty attached to it. Anything else is not a flag, it's a banner. Flags represent sovereignty. Anything else is a banner. So anything else we fly below the national flag has no sovereignty and therefore is not part of a national or international protocol. Thank you.
Trustee Hatfield?
Thank you. I'm happy that we're going in the direction of the 2 flagpoles on new buildings. This isn't the first time we've had a flag discussion. Well, might not be our last, but I think they're worthy discussions. And I get that we need to start somewhere. So new buildings are going to get their 2 flagpoles. Existing buildings that don't have anything are going to get 1. But I'm wondering, and I don't know if this has to be in the regulation, but what a great community fundraising project to provide a school with a second flagpole. You know, either through the school itself or through some community group, like, I don't know, I'm just going to throw out the Rotarians or the Optimist Club or whatever. And I don't know how we would get that messaging out to these community groups, but how great it would be if a school did have that second flagpole, so that on numerous occasions where we have special things to recognize during the year, that we can fly a banner on that second flagpole. So I don't know how we can make that into a regulation, but I guess it's, wouldn't it be nice if we could encourage that kind of messaging to our community? The value of a second flagpole, and, you know, community groups do look for projects to do at schools. And if we could somehow put that out there, that we would welcome that we would endorse 2 flagpoles at every location if we could. I just am putting it out there for consideration. Off the top of my head, I don't know how to make it happen. If anybody else knows, that would be great. But I think it's a worthy message to put out to our school communities.
Thank you for that. I agree it is premature to put it in the regulation, but I think that is a good communication piece to put out to the community as a way that they can support their local school, and maybe parent involvement committees can be involved in that as well. Can we wait on that great idea? Okay, quick.
So we could put out the message that the board just adopted a regulation that all new buildings will have 2 flagpoles at their site, and that if any school group or community group would like to engage in fundraising to provide a second flagpole at any existing school, the school board would welcome that contribution. We could do it that way.
We're going to hire you on the comms committee soon.
All right, done.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from trustees on this? I do have one point of clarification, and I'm glad that Trustee Burgess brought this up. Our leased properties, I am hesitant to apply our flag protocol to a leased property. And so I don't know if I personally don't believe that the regulation needs to be amended to indicate that this will not apply to leased buildings. I think it should be our own buildings, but I want to make that point that our leased buildings would not have this regulation would not apply to any building that we don't currently own. Okay, so as long as we don't believe that needs to be amended, I don't think as well. I just wanted to make that point perfectly clear. Any other questions on this amended regulation? All in favor? Thank you very much. As amended, yes, and that passes. Thank you, trustees. And we're moving on to reports to be received. The report of the Director of Education and our operational plan of the board.
Thank you. Trustee Hatfield, through you, Madam Chair, but Trustee Hatfield, I hear you asking about when you can ask questions. This is the most challenging presentation to ever give because it's so dense with content, but you have a substantive report in your package, so we would wait to the end of the report for questions. I'm going to try to do a high-level overview, but in your package you're going to see a detailed report of the 2021-22 school year under the operational plan, framed by the strategic priorities that are arrived at by the Board of Trustees. Last year posed another challenging year. I think everyone knows that. But the superintendent and I are very proud of the work of our administrators, teachers, support staff, all those who work in the central office, who work to do the very best on behalf of our students. Our strategic plan, as you note, is grounded in student success and well-being. And our directions specifically talk about creating confident learners through personalized learning, supportive environments, and trusting relationships. There's a lot in there in this section of the report. But I draw your attention to a couple of things. International languages, for example, you see some significant increase in participation in those programs, increases in classes, and the languages that are offered. You'll see in the report improved reading in the areas of decoding and comprehension, and Lexia, you will note, was part of our program that helped increase grade levels. In the area of mental health, there was a focus on increased mental health knowledge and literacy, things such as our first 10 days, monthly principal meetings, staff mindfulness committees, resources, a special assignment teacher delivered information on well-being, social emotional learning, was very much well-liked. That's something new. And appreciated by both students and staff. While some things that you'll note in the report, I'm kind of going from the beginning of the report to the end of the report in case anyone was really following along in detail. You'll notice rates in the area of student success, for example, really didn't, in some areas saw increases, but some things we didn't see increases, but we did see an increase in the number of students participating in the job skills program, for example. In the area of program, you will see increases in mathematics. You will also note the pass rates in our Indigenous Studies grade 11 English courses. And on page 33, you'll see the results of our special education pilot with the Ministry of Education and our school skills development program supporting our students with autism spectrum disorder. As you're aware, last year brought the development of our Dismantling Anti-Black Racism strategy, which involved extensive community consultation. And the implementation of this strategy has begun, and outlined in the report are some of the areas of focus for the upcoming year, and I just say some of them. And an implementation committee has been formed with members of the Black community, and working groups have also been identified. In the area of technology, I'm not going to speak a lot about that because I think we have for the last couple of years. I just draw your attention to the IT demand plan. You will also note that the IB program at MD Benny has reached certification level, and the process is underway in a second school this fall at Glenwood. The second priority is engaging communities, and it continues to be a focus for the board. You will note the increases on page 39 in our users, and of course we have launched our new website. I think we've seen significant increase in the use of our social media and our communication forums, and so we're happy to see that. And as encouraged by by trustees in the 2021-22, we saw enhanced processes for the 22-23 school board budget. So that was a new process, and that came from the Board of Trustees. We've also brought, and again I think this was a motion by Trustee Sipkar, a number of DEI reports to the board during the past year, and a number of those were highlighted in pages 40 to 42 of the report. Things there noted are a system-wide PD, the examining of resources from diversity and lived experience perspectives, and there has been a focus, and a number of committees have been formed so that there is ongoing work and consultation in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Summer learning is always something that we're super proud of, and that work continues. You will see results on page 43 in the areas of reading and writing. A staff census has been completed, as you remember, to inform our work ahead, and our student census is in the works for the fall. And most of these will be really important tools as we try to do the work going forward. The last component of our strategic directions are demonstrating ethical stewardship through thoughtful use of resources. This remains a pillar in our strategic plan. Some of the highlights here, and I think both of these came from trustees, are active transportation and environmental stewardship in the use of single-use plastics, for example. And again, these show the commitments of the board. And I draw your attention to page 45, where many of that single-use plastics committee's accomplishments are noted. And in addition, you will note the progress made in the 2022-23 with considerations for an equity lens with respect to school budgets and how those are allocated. And you see also the development of an overarching wellness strategy, which was another goal of the 2021-22 operational plan. And you will note that the employee systems review will be conducted during the 2022-23 school year. And this will involve working very closely with Turner Consulting. One of the things that I think is not really highlighted in the plan, unless I missed it, is the amazing hard work that's gone into the capital planning and construction this year. And I know that's been highlighted over the years, but I continue to be amazed at the hardworking teams here and what they've done to ensure, for example, the opening of 2 schools this fall. I also want to acknowledge the work of staff, students, and families across Windsor-Essex region. Our school administrators, our central board office staff, they're really essential to keeping everything running smoothly in the system. So I want to note their roles that they play in making things happen for all of us in these very fluid environments. We appreciate the leadership of the Board of Trustees and their ongoing support in setting thoughtful and considered directions. And members of the senior leadership team help put this all together, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from trustees? Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. I noticed right off the bat on page 23 that there is a goal for our school board to move all our international languages program to online learning. Why was that decision made? I guess is the first part of my question. And the second part of my question is concern for the integrity of the program. I just don't believe that the online model is the best way to go for the international languages, which has been very successful at our board for decades. So I'd like to understand more about this.
Thank you very much, Trustee Hatfield, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Hillman, who will speak to that.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. The planning for the 21-22 International Languages program was done in the spring of 21, where we were still under COVID, entering into the COVID year for 21-22. So the determination was there were significant and unique challenges to running that program in and out of COVID, additional cleaning that we couldn't guarantee because custodial staff wasn't there, challenges with attempting to provide students and families with technology. If we started in person and then switched, then we didn't have the capacity to do that. So the determination was for the 21-22 school year to invest our thinking and time in a model that was completely online, allowing for us to guarantee that it would happen and to focus on engaging as many families as possible through that model. So that's the nature of that goal, was specific to that year, and changing a significant amount of work had to be done to change it to that model, including the capacity of instructors, many of whom aren't our regular teaching staff, to learn how to do this. So by planning for this up front, it allowed us to engage our language teachers in training, in September and these types of things, so that we would be guaranteed that the program last year could go for the full year. The program is an in-person model returning for this year with a unique question of, we learned some lessons there. One of which is we've had languages that haven't been able to be offered before because we couldn't get 30 students in one area, but we could get 20 from across all areas. So there's still a couple of places where we think we will use an online, a specific class to meet the specific needs, recognizing that the vast majority of this will be in person for 22-23.
So just so I got this straight, this isn't an ongoing goal to get rid of our in-person international language classes.
Correct. It was an adaptation last year.
Okay, because I had a heart attack when I read that one. Okay, thank you very much. And then I'll go around.
Indeed, yep. Any other questions? Trustee Sipkar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Since you raised it, and I did have it in my notes on page 44, the active transportation item of the goal there. I do want to say that I can attest to it. I was able to sit on the committee, and there had been a lot of work with our 5 pilot schools, which is nicely detailed there, as well as our community partners. I know that they had a grant from the health unit, so I just wanted to say thank you to all of them who participated in a lot of these bikeability, walkability checks. My question is, and I know it's about last year, but moving forward is there any sort of development or plan to bring this to more schools? I know that, as trustees, we see more of the bird's eye view within the community, and we get a lot of comments around congestion issues. And so, while there might be some positive stories from those 5 schools, is there ways that we can bridge those gaps? And I'm just curious if there has been any planning for this upcoming year.
Thanks for the question, Superintendent Allender.
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. I'll scoot around Scott here so I can actually see you there. Yes, there is a plan to increase it to more schools. Are we going to do quadruple the amount? No, but I think it's realistic to potentially do 5 more. I certainly want to strengthen what we've started with those 5 schools, but then I also want to get it started on another 5 as well. And as you know, part of the issue throughout these past 2 years has been COVID. And so we've worked around it, we've done it online, and finally, once we were able to get back to the norm to some extent, we were able to do, like you mentioned, the walkability, bikeability, and some really neat things came from that. The reports came out, people read those, and I think some of the, as you can see here with some of the outcomes, we have the strategically placed really fancy, colorful crosswalks that are going to help out. We looked at the bike racks for all the schools, and the principals did mention that when the bike racks did come and all of our bike, our bike clinics that were put on at the schools really increased the number of people that were taking their bikes to school as long as they had bikes at home. So it was a very positive impact, and hopefully it's going to be positive on another potentially 5 schools.
Thank you for that.
That's wonderful. I'd love to see that. Any other questions from trustees? First round of questions. Anybody? Trustee Hatfield, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so my second round, and this just might be one of the impacts from COVID, but there was a goal to increase by 5% the number of students graduating from high school, and unfortunately the graduation rate fell by 2%, and I wondered if there was any look at the factors that contributed to that. Like, was it just COVID? Were students, was it more difficult to engage students and bring them back in if they had left? That's disappointing, but I understand if it was related to COVID.
Thanks for that. And through you, Madam Chair, I'll look to Superintendent Canty, but I do think you answered with good reason the questions. But I'll ask Superintendent Canty if he has anything to add to that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and you did answer the question. We looked at it through the student success lens and looked at students that were disengaged and students that wanted to come back and take courses that weren't online, that they weren't able to get first semester. So unfortunately, due to COVID, we dipped a couple of percentage points, but we're looking to bounce back.
Any other questions from trustees? Super. Trustee Chin.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I know the Lexia actually is very good, helpful for the kids. I wonder why we cannot provide every kid the opportunity to get access to the Lexia software. Is that very expensive?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Chin, and I know that Superintendent Wilcox will think, but I do want to say that we, I think, are the biggest users of Lexia, perhaps in North America. Or is that exaggeration? Okay, so you know more details, Superintendent Wilcox.
We are definitely one of the largest boards still. We still are contacted about how we roll Lexia out. We do provide it to 15% of our students in primary and all of our students in RISE. So we have a total of about 2,900 or more licenses that we distribute and deploy to families. And then we have some extra ones on top of that. And then we also use Empower reading program, which is like Lexia in secondary as well. Actually, I was talking to a board the other day, and they told me that they have 300 licenses that they distribute as a Tier 2 intervention, and they were quite amazed we had 2,900. So it is an expensive program, but certainly the results are well worth the investment. So, yeah. You're welcome.
Trustee Hatfield, I'll allow one last question.
Thank you. Okay, so this goes to bottom page 28 about STEM-related courses. So I understand there was a goal to, increase the number of students enrolled in STEM-related courses. There wasn't any growth in that area this particular year. But what I want to know is there a barrier to students to access these courses? Are they available in all the schools? Is transportation an issue to get to some of these, for some of these students? And is that why maybe the number of students enrolled remained the same? I know it was a hot button issue for a particular family this summer, and I would just like a little bit of understanding of that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm sure Superintendent Candy will bring that understanding.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll certainly do my best. We do have a growing STEM program in our board, and it really depends on the building and what STEM is offered in the building. I know sometimes there are students that would like access to a STEM program that isn't in their building, and we'll do our best to provide transportation to get them to a building where they do have the STEM that they're interested in. But we are growing the program this past year again, and I hate to blame COVID, but there were a lot of reasons why the programs would have been a lot more there would have been a lot more growth. We anticipated having a 5% growth because of the number of programs we were offering, new programs we were offering, and new teacher champions in schools. But a lot of those programs were, limited because of COVID. We're looking for a bounce back this year.
All right. So my understanding was that there is no transportation provided for students to take the STEM programs at a school outside, I guess, their home school. Is that correct?
It depends on the program. So if a student is in co-op and they're going to another building for co-op, then they would be provided transportation for that.
But
now,
if it's not co-op?
If it's not co-op, they're not provided transportation, no.
I guess my confusion is that they have to apply and get accepted, and yet we don't provide the transportation. But if it's like IB or something else, they apply, they get accepted, they get transportation.
Correct.
So I don't understand why we have a barrier to these courses when students apply, get accepted, and then we say, but you're on your own, kid. Good luck if you can get there. So, I mean, how are we growing the number of students enrolled when we're putting up a barrier? That's my confusion on this.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no application process for STEM. There is an application program for IB. You mentioned for other specialized programs, there is application WCCA, for instance, but for STEM, there's not application. So if I go to Kennedy, for instance, and I want to be in the environmental program, and I go into the environmental STEM program, that's because it's offered at that school. It's not offered at every school, unfortunately.
Just like our other magnet programs, though, where we provide transportation. So I'm not getting the answer to that part, to the transportation part. If it's offered at that school and it's the only one, why aren't we providing the transportation? I think I'm missing something in the answer.
Well, STEM is not a specialized program. It's something that's offered in different buildings depending on what's available in terms of the technology that's available in the school, or a teacher champion in a school that offers a STEM program.
I just to clarify, for example, high skills major is a specific kind of package of courses that would, you could have a STEM focus. So just to clarify, many of our schools offer lots of STEM sort of related, I guess, high skills major. It is quite distinct, I believe, from an international baccalaureate program. I think it would be very cost prohibitive to be for all of these kinds of programs, but some of our schools have a huge number of high skills major programs which indeed focus in a STEM area.
Thank you very much. Trustee Chin, and then I will move along.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make a comment regarding the increased board promotion of school-led anti-bullying activities. As you know, actually previously I pushed to have the anti-bully committee, and I did see the improvement of the anti-bully, management in the school board. So especially when my kid went to school, I got a flyer or information sheet regarding anti-bully and respect other people. I think it's very good, and I did see the improvement. So I appreciate, yeah. And also, the school handbooks included steps for students to report bullying. So I would like the parents to know this information. If they have any concerns, they can check with the handbook and to know how to handle that. So I appreciate this improvement. And can I say another? Okay, yeah. And on page 44, there is decreased traffic congestion before and after school is regarding the, active transportation. And when I did canvassing recently, I passed the Roseland school. I see the poles standing up on along the road. I know it's very goodwill to do that, and I see the constituent. They said the neighbor said is actually slower the transportation. So I am wondering if the senior administration can think it over and try to remove that to make the transport faster. Yeah, thank you.
Superintendent Armstrong might be able to answer that if you could see.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The school board actually worked closely with the City of Windsor on traffic measures with respect to Roseland Public School. It's 4 lanes on Cabana Road, and cars, quite frankly, do not travel the posted speed limit. There were issues with families who were picking up their children from school and were parking in the bike lane, which isn't wide enough for a car, so it was blocking the rightmost lane in front of the school. Buses were having problems getting in and out of the school as well. And we were concerned about the safety of students trying to cross Cabana Road that live on the opposite side of Cabana. There's residential development there, and the placement of traffic signals is quite far. So we worked with the City of Windsor, with the counselor in that area. The school principal was very vital to this. And part of the solution was to put in those, they're called traffic bollards. They're temporary in nature in the sense that in the wintertime they come out so that the snowplows can appropriately clean the road, but it prevents people from parking on Cabana Road to pick up their children. We also have a signalized intersection. We were successful in lobbying for that on the corner of Clara and Cabana. So it will activate only when someone is pushing on the signal to say a pedestrian wants to cross. So that shouldn't impede the traffic at all. But we've had the police, they're issuing tickets. The speed was just, it was excessive, and it just was a danger to staff and students. and the crossing guards as well that we're attempting to help the students cross the road.
Those bollards were quite a win for traffic calming and for safety for our students and for everybody that lives around there, frankly. And it was quite a bit of work from our administration, from the City of Windsor, from political pushing. It was an exceptional win on our part, and it keeps our community much safer. I recognize that traffic has to go slower, but around a school it should. So we're recommending to people to use active transportation as much as possible. And I think when we do that, we have an obligation to make that safe as well in every way that we possibly can. And I'm quite proud of not only the work that we've done there, but the continuing work that's come from that advocacy as well. So I think it's excellent. I'm quite proud of that. Any other questions from trustees? Trustee Burgess?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a concern that has arisen from 3 years now where arts programs are kind of suffering despite valiant efforts. They don't lend themselves to remote learning, online learning, except, I'm talking about not only music sections, and music, elementary and secondary, but visual arts, literary arts, performance arts. And I appreciate STEM. I've always appreciated STEAM more than STEM because I think arts are often the reason why kids go to school. It's what keeps them in school, what keeps them happy. It's, remarkably good for physical and mental health. And I see the decline. I'm hearing it all over that sections have disappeared. A lot of the times these things are teacher driven, but they're also, you're not engaged when it's in a virtual way. So it's been compromised not to put a fine point on anybody. But I don't see it anywhere in the operational plan because we didn't flag it. But I wonder is there something in place to recognize the fact that our arts programming has taken a hit?
Through you, Madam Chair, thanks for the commentary, and I don't think it's accurate for certain. Certainly the arts programs have been affected largely because of COVID, and there's a subsequent fallout as a result of that. So I know that Dr. Howitt is probably got an answer for that because I know you're very committed to that. So I know that there are some great things that have happened, and you maybe want to share those. I don't know that they're reflected necessarily in here, but there's lots of good work happening.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. One of the, incredible feathers in the cap of this board is the value for the arts, and as you noted, impacts well-being, a sense of belonging, communication, and our students are absolutely phenomenal with the work that they do, and the dedicated staff and their creativity is beyond reproach. I do agree with you that because of the impact of COVID, there has been an impact on sections. It doesn't take away from the value and investment that we're doing as a board. In fact, Arts PD has gone out, new kits for arts have gone out, PD is happening to invest in helping teachers to provide quality, innovative programming in the classrooms. However, we can certainly look, based on the impact of the arts lowering of sections for that, we can look at a goal in the upcoming operational plan, and I thank you for noting that.
Thank you very much. I know even in my own house that arts has made meaning of my daughter's education, and I'm always so grateful that they have that opportunity in our schools. So. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you to Director Kelly and to the senior team for your contributions to the operational plan, and looking forward to the next one. All right, so we'll move on to M2, our report of our OPSPA Director, Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. At the last board meeting, I suggested that everybody could look at the OPSPA site and see what happened at the last AGM, et cetera. There, it was mostly elections, et cetera, in the beginning of June. There haven't been any meetings since then, so the next meeting for OPSPA is September 30th and October 1st, and that's a Board of Directors meeting. There will be a very robust discussion in camera, and I'm sure that now that labor relations are active, we don't discuss it in public, unlike the ministry and others. It should belong in private. However, I will have an update then. There was a survey that was put out, and it's still active. Folks are looking for, staff at OPSPA is looking for ideas for the Public Education Symposium. Some of it obviously is planned. Every 4 years when new boards come on, there's always an orientation piece, etc. For the last couple of terms, there's been about a 50% turnover in board personnel, for elected board members. So that will happen in January. But if we have any ideas of what you really would have, if you would have had something like a little mini workshop, something available to you outside of the regular OPSPA modules, etc., when you were brand new, what would you like to see? Because that's the ideas they're really looking for, to make the January Public Education Symposium as good as it can be. It's usually very well attended. But that would end my report. So I'll have it afterwards because I go on September 30th.
Thank you very much, Trustee Burgess. I did send in my own personal replies to that because I did think about it as somebody who got a lot out of that, but there were some missing pieces and some gaps, and so it's great to. They also do ask if you'd like to be part of the organizing committee as well, so I invite anyone to contribute to the future learning of trustees by getting involved in that. Any questions for our OPSPA director? Thank you very much. Audit committee update. Do we have a presentation on that?
Point of order, you missed M3.
Because I checked it off and then I assumed I passed it. Thank you. M3. Update on diversity, equity, and inclusion action. Sorry.
Hey, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is an extensive report. This is our regular update on diversity, equity, and inclusion. In your package, you will see a number of initiatives under each of the categories that have framed previous reports. I don't believe I need to read those aloud to you. You're aware of them. I think the work is extensive and is, I believe, reflective of our own most recent commitments and even the information that will be shared at our PD Day on Friday. So we would be happy to answer any clarifying questions that trustees may have with respect to this report, but I think there's a lot on there, and again, we would be happy to discuss anything you wish.
So I've got Trustee Sipcar and Trustee Hatfield. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this report. I know that there's been a lot of work since we last received it, similar report, but just updates. My question was on the developing curriculum, programming, and managing instructional resources section. So I was fortunate to attend a virtual session called the Jackson Park Project, the Emancipation in the Classroom, which was held over the summer by the Amherstburg Freedom Museum. And they talked specifically about the emancipation in the classroom in terms of curriculum development. And so they're a community group who is advocating for more in terms specifically around Emancipation Day, as that was around the weekend that it was. My question is, I don't see anything in here specifically about curriculum and specifically community-based curriculum that's relevant to our area in terms of Black history, things like that. I'm just wondering, is that an area of focus that maybe has been in past reports and I'm just not remembering, or is there a plan to develop this further, and specifically with the Emancipation in the Classroom project, is that something that we have thought about integrating into our curriculum?
Through you, Madam Chair, I do believe some of the information around history, local history, has been explained in some of our previous reports, but I can ask the specifics to Superintendent Howard.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, we have a locally developed Roads to Freedom document that was updated extensively in the fall and launched in the fall, and then again re-updated with additional content with intersectionality with the 2S LGBTQIA community and representation of other people of color of Muslim descent, specifically into the document. There is there are curriculum connections, and there is reference to Emancipation Day, in those documents. We're re-highlighting those documents and have also created a Black consciousness framework document that will be revealed and actually was just sent to staff today in preparation for the PD Day this Friday, which includes a presentation with Kevin Chief on reconciliation and resiliency, as well as our very own very talented staff, Chantel Browning-Morgan doing a presentation on Black history in Canada, and specifically Black history and anti-Black racism history in education in Canada. And then additional supplementary resources from the OCT on anti-Black racism. So we have extensive supports, as well as building a Bright Space module available for staff. But we are continuously updating, and that remains our steadfast commitment in working with the community and getting consultation on improving resources to support our staff in making it regular work in interdisciplinary connections across the curriculum.
Just as a quick supplemental, first of all, thank you for highlighting all the various pieces, and I agree that we have extensive knowledge in our own community that really supports the education in our classrooms. I guess my question is, all the resources are available, and I appreciate that we're putting them out there in terms of professional development, but it's not mandated, if I'm understanding correctly. And I know that we've had Indigenous curriculum as well that that would fall into this category. I'm wondering, do we have the ability to do that at the board level? This is my own ignorance, but is that something that we've thought about developing or really mandating in terms of having it in a curriculum as just the expectation as opposed to just as a resource?
So the most important work in the province of Ontario is justice, inclusion, equity, and diversity. And we as a board honor teacher professional judgment and supporting them in building capacity and encouraging them. And some people are far along the continuum and other people are dipping their toe into the pond, so to speak, and becoming aware of and moving beyond performative action and actually integrating learning opportunities into the classroom. We have had discussions as a senior team about providing a little bit more encouragement in that space, and that conversation continues. But the best way to encourage people to do it is to help them understand, provide them the resources and the time to do that. That is the best way to drive people, if you will, in a good way in doing the work. And I have to say that our staff is absolutely outstanding in their eagerness and their thirst to understand and to engage in doing the work. And it's very difficult work and requires a lot of bravery and courage. And they demonstrate time and time again that bravery and courage is to make the steps and going deeper and doing the work. But we continue to remain steadfast in providing that support.
Thank you very much for that. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. I do have two areas for questions, so I'll do my first one and then you can take me from there. So the first one, page 53 of the report, collaborating and consulting. You mentioned that you did have some input onto the school names and mascots review, and a final report will be available to the Board of Trustees during the September board meeting. You mean this meeting? Is that what you meant at the time?
If I could answer the question, if it is, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, there has been extensive work done. There has been a lot of consultation, a lot of research, a lot of conversation around this, and we were close to being ready, and so I think that report will be coming forward in the next couple of months. But there's a lot done there. But we want to go back. I know Superintendent Howard has spent a lot of time on this, but I think you want to circle back on a couple pieces so that we're assured that we have the right amount of input.
Okay. So, and just to clarify, that's as a result, I think, of a board motion, wasn't it, that we do that review? And
you are correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That was.
I will, yes, thank you. Do we have any other first questions from trustees? I can also put you in the queue behind Trustee Hatfield, but I'm going to let you take the first one on the second. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I was interested on page 56 to read about the subsidy for a volunteer group of educators to audit a new undergraduate course at the university about the Holocaust. You know, unfortunately, not just locally, but globally, there's still negative ideologies and prejudice against Jews worldwide. And it's never been a topic that has really seen the light of day here, I guess, with regard to equity and inclusion. Not to any large extent, anyway, I'll say that. And so I want to know where are we going with this? We're going to have a new group of educators that are going to be enlightened, which is wonderful. And then where do we go with that to benefit our students in their understanding of not just the Holocaust, but the whole relationship with the Jewish people? So is there anything that you can tell me about that? I don't know what we have in the curriculum. I'm just not aware.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to answer that question, and I know that Superintendent Howard may have some commentary on it. I had the pleasure of this, not the pleasure, but the learning experience of learning a lot about the Holocaust this summer, being at Auschwitz and other places. And we have now connected through the Simon Wiesenthal Society, who does a lot of work in terms of this, the Jewish Jewish Holocaust and the communities and understanding the issues. And so, and the police forces have also done a lot of work in this area across the province. So it's, I've connected our curriculum leader, K-12 curriculum equity leader, with that organization. They have great programs. So that's a starting point for us. This course also is another point where people can be educated, but they also run, the organization runs good programs for students. And so they're constantly sharing their information with us. So I learned a lot about it this summer, and I'm hoping that we can really involve our students and staff in learning about the Holocaust and the implications of it. So that's certainly a starting point. I don't know, Superintendent Howard, if you have something you want to add, but I think it's really, really important work. I certainly gained huge understanding, and we do need to educate.
Just to say, this is such a neat opportunity with the university. And when we put it out there, over a dozen people said that they would audit the course. That's a significant commitment. But what I love about auditing too is there's not the pressure of having to do the assignments and the learning. I hope to invite this group to a focus group about their learning afterwards. And again, with what Director Kelly has shared about looking at opportunities to develop more resources in the area of anti-Semitism and celebrating Jewish contributions in our global and local society. So there's great opportunity there.
That's exciting. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I had a question from one bullet point on page 55, which was a call for Equity Advocate Support Team East members. I was curious about that because I originally was going to ask a question around the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee, which I know are members from our system. And I was curious how that was going, and I wondered if this was developed in relationship to that group, because it obviously appears that it looks like it would be a site-based kind of approach. And so I was just curious if administration could expand on what that looks like, and then also its relationship to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, if there is one. That was my question, I guess.
Superintendent Howard and perhaps Superintendent Gaddy might have some commentary on that, but I think there is a relationship for sure.
So you are correct. We do have the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, which was going to be referred to as the JIAD Committee moving forward, Justice, Inclusion, Equity, and Diversity. And there's a lot of very important meaning around the selection and the order of those words. We meet with them again starting our year, actually next Tuesday and on a monthly basis. The East Committee began last year on a voluntary basis because we were waiting and waiting and waiting for the opportunity to be able to bring people together. And so what we did is we just put it out there and we organized something after school virtually. And we had almost 70 people stand up and say, I want to be an East member to be an advocate. However, it wasn't an absolutely every site, and they engaged in professional learning asynchronously over a 3-month period, and then we recapped at the end of the year, and we told them, look for the memo that's coming out in the fall, which is prepped and ready to go, inviting people from every site, and this time now that we're in a better space, in terms of being able to have people coming face-to-face for the learning, we will be requiring at least one representative from every school. And there is a description, and essentially they're learning in the area of justice, inclusion, equity, and diversity, human rights advocacy, and acting as a partner and support for administration and teams at the school to engage in doing the work in the name of students, in the name of staff, and the entire community. So that's going to be starting up very soon.
That's really exciting. Thank you for that. And you gave a little bit at the end there about what the role entails. And so it can be any staff member. And I guess the question that I have is this person, they are given some forms of professional development, but what's the level of expectation and engagement around this? Now that you mentioned that they're requiring it, is it a large role? Is it if there's something that happens in the school and they're the point person to maybe help with navigation? Like, what is the expectation, I guess, of that staff member at that site?
So we're asking them to self-select. It could be teachers, it could be support staff, it could be any staff member who chooses to engage in that role. So the hope is people are self-selecting and wanting to be a partner in doing the work. When we brought even the DEI committee together, there was a thirst for learning amongst individuals, and they were representative of people of lived experience. So learning is a part of doing the work, and the expectation is they act as an advocate, a partner. So they're not required to do anything. We'll be welcoming them to engage in doing the work. So when you engage in doing the work, automatically you'll start seeing things that need to happen. You'll notice things. I even got, and I just sent a message, someone looking at the calendar and noticing that we didn't have National Truth and Reconciliation Day on our calendar. Like, the people will notice things as you're engaging and doing the learning. So they'll be stepping up in small ways and bigger ways as things occur in the school. So it builds the capacity to be able to notice and look for ways to raise understanding and, more importantly, move beyond performative to deep action in equity work.
Thank you very much for that. All right, I appreciate that. Now we will move on to the audit committee update. Do we have a report on that? Is that you, Trustee Hatfield?
Yes, I
Go
do.
ahead.
Okay, this won't be as long as what we've already dealt with, I promise. So there's two things that are coming forward in this report, and I'm going to be really quick. And again, if you have any questions, you can ask Superintendent Armstrong. But basically, there's a report in here that had to be prepared for the purposes of the ministry and how they record their numbers and things like that. So nothing we can change, nothing we can really do about it, but the report was done and filed and you have it. And then just the second thing was at the recent meeting on September 12th, annually we have to select chair and vice chair of the committee, and so that was done. And in this case, because the term is coming to an end, it's only for a couple months. But anyway, I'm back in the chair, and Trustee Leclerc is the vice chair. That's our report.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for Trustee Hatfield through her to Superintendent Armstrong? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much. Moving on to Chair's report, I do have something quick this evening. I'd like to take a brief opportunity to welcome everyone back, or for the first time, to those students and staff who are joining us brand new this 2022-23 school year. While we are still firmly in times of uncertainty and challenge, I know in my house it's been a great feeling to settle into our new versions of normal and get to teach and learn with each other again. I thank our staff, administrators, families, and students for making these first few weeks of school such a success. We opened the doors of 2 brand new schools approved by this Board of Trustees. Our James L. Dunn Public School Cardinals and North Star High School Wolves have been busy building new memories in new buildings, and we welcome them into the GECDSB family. While the provincial legislature has opted not to meet until the municipal elections are decided, calls with the Minister of Education have resumed with chairs and continue bi-weekly. We've seen flags flown at half-mast in recognition of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. May we all reflect in our own personal ways about the legacy of our constitutional monarchy, and in the true spirit of being lifelong learners, practice compassion for each other's experiences through this time of change. We are thick into municipal election season. As we prepare to wind down the work of this Board of Trustees, I remind you, the voters, that your choices on the ballot mean a great deal for what happens on your behalf in this room. Participating at all levels of voting on October 24th is important, and being an informed voter is always the preference. I'm pleased to see so many names on the GECDSB ballots. I thank each candidate for putting their name, their ideas, and their passion for student success and well-being forward. The election is October 24th. Vote. I hope everyone had a safe, relaxing, and exciting summer. I hope the stories you share in your classrooms, on the playground, and in the break rooms connect you to each other's experiences. I hope this year is full of all the pieces of our educational experience that we value and miss, and that we continue to share an understanding and appreciation of each other. Transitions are hard. Take time for you. Reflect on how you're feeling, and reach out if the act of sharing might lighten your load. It's all my best to all of you. Do we have any questions for me? All right, we are on to trustee question period. Any questions from trustees? I have Trustee Leclerc and Trustee Hatfield. Go ahead, Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're back to school, and I have so many questions, and yet we're limited to one. So I'm not going to ask about the plethora of transportation issues I've received, nor the number of calls I received about the difficulty in transitioning to a new school, but I will ask about the situation in LaSalle. It's my understanding that Sandwich West Public School has students using the gym for classrooms because the school's bursting at the seams, which is a bit of a shock to me because we just moved all the French immersion kids that live in the old Prince Andrew area to Legacy Oaks. So I'm wondering if you could give me a status on the schools in LaSalle Public, Sandwich West Public School, and Legacy Oaks.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. I don't know why Sandwich West would be using the gym, other than I do know that there is going to be construction at some point going on in there. I don't know if that's started yet, but that's not because of population. To start the year off, they were fine. Superintendent Bryant did the reorganization recently, and I've gone around to all the schools talking about who needs portables, who can give some up, and all that, and Sandwich West wasn't one of them. So it may be because of construction, but again, I don't know if that started in there yet or not. As far as LaSalle, they do have one portable, and I believe at reorganization they were status quo. And then Legacy Oak, they have currently 7 portables, but we do have the addition that's going to be going in, and hopefully it'll be ready for September, so there wouldn't be any more portables on site.
So just in terms of Legacy Oak and the 7 portables, how does that translate to what we expect the addition to be? Because there's a lot of space being built in LaSalle. Here in Line, there's a big subdivision going in 2 different locations. There's new construction going in on Malden Road near Todd. There's several new condominiums going up. So I'm just wondering how we're going to address that growth issue.
Quite frankly, we know that it's growing like it is. We have shared that with the ministry. We were fortunate, obviously, to get the addition, which is what we had debated previously. So they did give it to us, which is, again, very nice. There's potential again for another business case to the ministry for another addition. And with the growth out there, it is going very fast right now, and very much so. There is a potential for, you never know, another new school may end up out there, depending on what the growth is. So you're looking at potentially an addition or another new school, similar to what you have between Lakeshore and Bell River out there to alleviate the portables of those two schools.
Thank you very much. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, ma'am. So earlier today, I think it was, we got a nice note from the director about enrollment. And it reminded me that I think last spring sometime, I can't remember when it was, but I had a question at that time about whatever happened to our student recruitment and retention committee. And I believe there was a comment from administration that it might be worthwhile to resurrect this committee. And I wondered if you've had a chance to give that any thought, or if it's still on the to-do list, because I know the list is long.
Thanks for the question. I think we do need to do that, and I'm not sure whose portfolio. I'm trying to remember exactly whose it's under, but I think we do need to revisit that, and we will do so. Thank you.
Trustee Zipcar.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair. So this is a question to administration around our staff shortages, especially in light of actually Trustee Hatfield's question in terms of our enrollment being up and need to hire more. And we know that we're experiencing unprecedented shortages right now. I'm just wondering if administration could give a comment. How bad is it this year versus last year? And if there's anything that we can share about those numbers.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think this question Superintendent Houston could probably answer, and maybe others.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I anticipated a question may come up about this because we talked a lot about it last year. So currently we're not experiencing staff shortages anywhere near what we were experiencing last year or over the last couple of years. So, sorry, I'm having a hard time. I'll move this way to see you better. We still do have a little bit higher than our usual, what we would have at this point of the year, if you take away the COVID years. And that is because COVID is still present, obviously. People are still ill from it, and some people are still having to self-isolate because of it. And most people, perhaps potentially before, would have gone to work if they were having, cold-like symptoms. And now they're choosing to stay home, which is what, everybody's saying they should do. So our absenteeism obviously is higher, but not anywhere near what it was last year. We have unfortunately had unfilled jobs already this year in our educational support staff area, and there's probably a variety of reasons for that. One being COVID, two being that everywhere, you could go anywhere and see employees wanted, help wanted, hiring, and lots of incentives to hire people out within our own Windsor-Essex community. So there's also support staff. Unlike a teacher, you can't really go work elsewhere other than in a school board, right? Support staff jobs are elsewhere within our community. So Windsor Community Living, Regional Children's Center, there's lots of other opportunities for support staff to go and be employed, and the wages are quite competitive and sometimes challenging for us to compete against those. So I hope that answers.
Yeah, thank you for helping us to kind of paint the picture of where we're at. And so if I'm hearing correctly, we do have some gaps. They're not as bad as last year, but there are still some gaps. And so I guess if you're able to comment on this, is there any sort of plans in terms of contingency, how we're filling those gaps in light of those shortages?
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, we seem to have a whole bunch of contingency plans, A, B, C, and D. Some of them haven't been all that successful, but we continue to try. over the summer, amongst hiring for all of our summer programs, we took the time to replenish every single one of our pools, other than our principal vice principal pool, which we'll do that now. Every other pool was brought back up to the caps in the collective agreement, so feeling confident in that. I guess it would probably be around, continuing recruitment, which is really difficult. Going to job fairs, why do you want to work at Greater Essex? Because it's an awesome place to work at, and promoting, what we do have as benefits for people to come and join us. Our own employee recognition, our own staff mental health and well-being, and making those a focus are priorities too. We do work with ProStaff, which is a temporary agency. We do hire emergency support staff to bring on board to hope to fill some of those gaps. And then one thing that I also have to look at is I have one recruitment officer, and we're one of the largest employers. So I need to look within my own department about, where's the workload. Everybody's been a recruitment officer in our department for the last couple of years, but really looking at, there is definitely a need in our educational support staff particularly. So what could we do from a recruitment point of view there? And absolutely open to anybody who has any experience or expertise, ideas, wisdom, happy to hear it, and we will move forward with whatever people can bring for us. So thank you for that. It's very challenging.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope my question is not too abrupt. It just came to my mind, and we did get the report of external audit committee and internal audit committee. My question is that how
Trustee
do...
Chin, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to make sure that, are we referring to anything from private session? Yeah.
It's a general question.
I think
Yeah,
if it's dealing with the audit, that's not in the package that we have in our public session. I might caution you to just hold on to that question and ask it by email, or if you.
Okay.
I'm a little wary here that we're looking on the pink section, and it's there may be.
May I ask the just process? How do we choose the audit company, outside, external and internal? Yeah. How do we choose that? Of course, I don't know if there is any conflict of interest when we choose that, because they are examining us and we decide who examine us. So I'm not sure how we decided, because I do see the change of the audit company, and I wonder how we do that. Thank you.
Superintendent Armstrong can answer that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. For the external auditors, each school board is responsible for obtaining services of an external auditor for purposes of their financial statements. So in order for boards to do so, including our board, we put out a competitive bid through a request for proposal process in accordance with our procurement policies and regulations to obtain those services. There are a number of criteria similar to any other competitive bid that we tender out that outline requirements. I'm not the one solely that makes those decisions. There would be a committee that is formed internally that assesses and reviews the submissions that come through, and they're rated against pre-established criteria that is also shared as part of the document that is sent to interested proponents. The auditors always disclose in their audit plan, and it's every year in terms of their independence. They specifically do indicate that they are independent of the board, and so that they're able to be objective in their assessment. They also have standards that they have to follow as part of the Chartered Professional Accountants Association of Ontario that require independence, that require professional guidelines in terms of how they would conduct an audit, and they're required to follow it. Firms can be penalized or fined or disciplined, as can individual auditors. So I'm not And I all the years I've been working, I've never been concerned about selecting an internal auditor and not having anything other than someone that's objective or independent. With respect to internal audit services, the ministry funds boards to procure internal audit services. Some boards will hire a staff member who would be responsible for conducting an internal audit. For the Southwestern Ontario region, there are 10 school boards. We pool that money, or we're funded collectively by the ministry, and audit services are procured on behalf of those 10 school boards. It goes through the exact same procurement policy process in terms of obtaining a competitive procurement, request for proposals, bids, and so forth. In the case of internal audit services, it's the Thames Valley District School Board. They are the banker board. They are responsible for getting the funding from the ministry, and they coordinate the audit services to the various school boards. Our audit committee make decisions about internal audits and so forth that we want done specific to our board. But because the Thames Valley District School Board is the banker board, they formed a committee to evaluate the external audit services or the internal audit services. It was made up of various members of the 10 boards that are represented, and their board of trustees would approve the appointment of the internal auditors on behalf of the 10 boards.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Cook.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question. Hopefully it's quick. Yeah, we've had a lot of calls. Trustee Leclerc, I agree with you regarding transportation and then daycare. So my question is about transportation, but high school. So I've had quite a few parents call me. They're really struggling financially. And of course, you know, there's no buses for kids for high school. So I think it's $350, $700 a year. I had a couple families who have 2-3 kids that are going, so that's quite a bit of money. So what I was looking for is I tried to check out some resources myself, wasn't successful. I heard that, you know, sometimes there's some financial help for these parents, and I'm just throwing out there to see if anybody has anything that I could not locate to help these families.
Doesn't look like there is, yeah, it is a major problem, and we have had quite a bit of, we've had quite a few calls about it, but I agree the need has become now certainly untenable for some families as cost of living rises and inflation rises and things just get more expensive. It is something that is a major concern. Is this something that we can bring to the city and board committee that we meet with? Is this a thing that we can talk to them about?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have a board of directors meeting for the Windsor-Essex Student Transportation Services later this week. I'm happy to bring the issue forward to see if there are any options or alternatives. You know, I can certainly bring it forward and raise the concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the more that we hear about it, I think probably the coterminous boards or the other boards that are in there as well are going to have the same issues, and hearing from parents in the same way. Yes, supplemental. Go ahead.
So I have a question though, because county kids do get busing. How come our city kids don't? Like, doesn't seem very equitable to me. So I'm just wondering what's going on there.
Well, there's a walk zone in the county, so if students are in the walk zone, secondary students, they would still need to walk to school unless there was a specific hazard. I think that part of it is that there's not as many high schools, secondary schools in the county, so some of the traveling distance obviously would impact that. And in the city, there is transportation routes through Transit Windsor that would provide opportunities for students to get to school from that manner, but I appreciate the concern that you're raising about affordability for families.
Thank you. So I just have an issue with that because we're a public school. Kids aren't supposed to pay, but high school kids have to pay to go to school. They have to pay to get there, and that's not fair. There's a lot of families out there that can't pay it. This one family has to come up with $2,100. So my question is, when did, and I don't know this, when did high school kids stop being bused to school? And is there any way, and I know people are gonna drop their jaws and everything, is there any way that we can put buses back for high school kids? This is becoming an issue, and we talked about barriers before with transportation. This is a barrier.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, I think the Transportation Consortium is struggling with equipment and with bus drivers, and bus routes are stacked one after another just to try and service the students currently that are eligible for transportation. So to look at adding buses for city students, student transportation run, would probably be a challenge from an equipment and a driver standpoint in order to service. We would have to consider the cost, and I appreciate no one wants to talk about that, but there would be a cost as well to the board for providing that, even if the equipment or the bus drivers were available. Certainly, there are Transit Windsor passes that are offered. A lot of times that would be for a student that's traveling to an out-of-boundary school because they're participating in a particular program like an IB program or French immersion or something along those lines. But I can certainly have the initial conversation, with the Transportation Consortium. Any decisions we would make would be independent of any of the other participating boards. We would have to be willing to address all those factors.
I appreciate that, and I think that's something that we'd like a bit of an update on. I know it's kind of important for people to kind of know their options and to know where our limits are as well. And so we would appreciate hearing back about that. Student Trustee Hawkins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. What are the parameters for county students who don't qualify for busing? What sort of limitations do they have to meet in order to qualify for busing? If you have that information, thank you.
I need to double check. It's on the West's website. There's a policy on eligible student transportation, so I'll need to double check it. I think the walk zone is 4 kilometers, 4.6 kilometers, but I need to double check that for you, okay?
Thank you.
A point for information, if I can, on this. I just want to make sure that it's clear. It's going to sound even more punitive. It's not going to sound happy. But I was always told there's nothing in the Education Act at all that makes transportation a right. It is always a privilege. We always struggle with that. I think with special education needs, if you have mobility concerns, et cetera, there might be something in there for that. But traditionally, you can't think of schools without school buses and school transportation, but we do that with getting some funding. I would argue with, the price of things, et cetera, how mitigated that is. But there's no right for any parent or student who have transportation. There's a right to attend public school, but not to get there. And I know that sounds horribly harsh and terrible, but when you struggle with a budget, you're actually paying for something that isn't supported financially at all, even through our banker, the Ministry of Education.
I appreciate that clarity on that, and there is a tension there of what is a right and what is funded and what is what we would consider an equitable way for our students to get to our buildings and safely and appropriately. Superintendent Armstrong.
Just to supplement that, and this is probably not a positive comment either, but when we did pass our budget, we had a transportation deficit of $1 million, and we were waiting for an additional funding announcement from the ministry, and that came through, and we're going to get like $200,000. So we're still running at a deficit that we're funding elsewhere, right? We're in order to balance the budget. So I'm more than happy to have these conversations, and if there's anything that I can bring forward, I most certainly will.
Superintendent Hillman?
Thank you, and through you for an attempt at answering the first question about how did we get here. I look at my peers and realize I've somehow turned into an elder statesman. 1998, 1999, my best recollection, which is worth less now than it was back in 98, 99, was the amalgamation of the two boards. We had a number of policies that were divergent at the time. We had city with full day, half day, every day, half day kindergarten, and no transportation for secondary students within the city. We had the Essex County Public School Board that was coming with full day, every other day kindergarten and transportation for students into those communities. I was in a school administrative position. I don't know what those conversations were down here, but I certainly know over those first 2 or 3 years, that's what we were going through, was how do you merge these two corporate agencies together, and that's my best understanding of how we landed in that situation.
I'm very much feeling like this is a classroom right now. I really like this. Thank you very much for that. I think there is, I don't want to belabor too much on this point. Sorry, guys. We do have to kind of move on, but I think there is, I will say that I think this is an issue that can be approached politically. I will not get into it during an election year, but I will repeat it. I think this is an issue that could be approached politically. So we do have our advocacy arm. And I think that is a thing that we may invite ourselves to do. Okay, moving on to any notices of motion this evening. I'm singing. It's been a long day. Sorry. There's other people in the room. Any notices of motion? With or without singing? No. Announcements. Trustee Olmsted has an announcement.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just would like to remind everyone that September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Childhood cancer is not rare, and it affects many families within the Greater Essex County District School Board and their children. It is grossly underfunded, and despite some recent government investment, much more is needed to research, treatment, and cure. What can you do to support this month? You can wear gold, because that's the color of the ribbon for childhood cancer awareness. You can become informed, and you can advocate and help to raise awareness. You can approach your local elected officials and advocate for increased funding. Believe me, if you ask enough people, maybe less than 10, you will find out that a child who they know personally is battling cancer right now or has been battling cancer. We have incredibly high rates of childhood cancer in the Essex County area. And finally, you can donate blood. Go to blood.ca and book an appointment. Almost all children battling cancer need blood or blood products as a part of their treatment, and this is often a lifesaver over and over and over again, from 2 to 3 years of treatment. So please support this month. It's very important. I know of at least 20 children within our board who are battling right now, and they would appreciate your support. So please wear gold if you can, and do what you can to be kind, compassionate community members and help support families who are facing this beast. As well, it is Smile Cookie Week. It started yesterday, and it runs until September the 25th. I encourage you to please go to your local Tim Hortons and purchase cookies for yourself and neighbors and anyone else that you know. It goes to support 2 very wonderful programs in our area, Autism Services of Windsor Essex County and the Canadian Mental Health Association of Windsor Essex. So again, it's Smile Cookie Week. There is not a better excuse to go buy some cookies. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted, for those reminders and those announcements. Any other announcements this evening? Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this morning, actually, it's my honor to be invited to attend planting trees event in Central Public School. This event is organized by Home Hardware and the Tree Canada. They cooperating for 30 years and have planted 30,000 trees all across Canada. So I think it's very significant, and we are very grateful for their not only working together to plant trees, but also creating an everlasting legacy for present and future generations. It has been a catalyst that inspires so many kids and community members to be more involved in protecting the environment and beautifying communities. So I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate their endeavor and what they have done for the kids, for the community, and for our board. Thank you.
That's wonderful. I really appreciate you drawing our attention to that community collaboration that I didn't know existed. So thank you. It's very good. Any other announcements? Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Before our next public board meeting, we'll pass September 30th, which is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. And it's an opportunity for all of us across the system, in our communities, in our families, to reflect on residential school survivors and the attempt at cultural genocide of Indigenous people, and marvel at the resiliency amongst these of First Nations, of the Métis Nation, and Inuit. So we're encouraged to wear an orange shirt on September 30th and to honor Phyllis Jack Webstad, who was a residential school survivor. She's younger than me, who had her best orange shirt taken away from her. It was her best shirt that her mom and dad had given to her, her best one. It was taken away immediately on arrival at school, never got it back. And much harm was done in the name of education at residential schools. Hard to even call them schools sometimes. And as Honorable Murray Sinclair has often said, it's education that got us into that mess. And Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike, it's education that's going to address it in a collaborative way. And it's part of number 80 in the calls to action, and it has been instituted for a few years now, and I'm very proud of what our board does as far as kids knowing, something that certainly I didn't know when I was a kid. And you know, it's alarming that I didn't know, you know, but kids now do, and families need to continue it. So
Thank you for that reminder. Thank you. Any other announcements? I thank you very much for joining me on our first board meeting back in 2022-23, and our meeting is now adjourned.
Amy Olmstead is now exiting.